Hey guys, welcome back to another video. I hope y'all are doing well. Not another video, sorry. Another stream. I hope y'all are doing well today. Today has been a bit of a interesting one. Let me double check something. So as a result, I am going to be distracted today. Just FYI for you guys. I may, depending on what happens, I may even need to end the stream early. I plan, like everything else being equal, I plan to go till 6 Eastern. But I have a friend who may need me, so if that's the case, I'm just waiting for her to say, hey, I need you. And if that's the case, then I'm going to be there for my friend. So that's, so that, but yeah, that's where we are at. It looks like my bot isn't connecting to I'm gonna look up something like here. First of all, before we get started, let me just, make myself distracted. Because today is definitely going to be one of those days. Let's see if there's anything about it in support. I'm not seeing it. I'm going to do a search though. I've got the bot's Discord open. Weird. Okay. Check my version. Yeah, I've got the latest version, so. Oh, maybe I'm in the wrong spot. Nope. New keywords don't help. Helps if I type correctly. Okay, let's see. Seven, 1221. Excuse me. Okay, there is something here. So I'm reading this. Sorry, guys. That's more like this here, so I don't want to hijack that. Your chat moderation will block things out of blue. It looks like I'm through on your chat window, but it's really good for YouTube. There's a message to it, the message just went through to YouTube. I'm not sure what I'll see it. Alright, so yeah, my thing is my YouTube's not, StreamerBot's not, excuse me, I'll just have to sign in again. There it goes. Yeah, that was weird. I did have issues with the title with Restream earlier too, so that might be it. Okay, anyway, we were going to go ahead and get to writing. Let's go ahead and get that set up. Cool, we don't have to jump all the way down. Again, guys, let me know if my sound is weird. Nobody gave me feedback yesterday, so I'm assuming it's good, but you never know. And I didn't have time to actually listen back. Anyway, sorry, my brain is, I told y'all I'm distracted today. So I'm clearing out all my phone notifications as they come in to make sure I don't miss anything from my friends. It's the whole thing. And I'm getting all the messages today, some good, some not so good. And yeah. My brain, I'm just all over the place, I guess. Sorry, what am I? I'm just clicking on all the things and all the things are happening and ugh. Alright. Oh, so I guess I should like start at the very beginning. It's only been about 10 minutes since I went live, but anyway. Hi guys, welcome to another stream. Today we are just focusing on writing. We're not going to do just chatting, we're not going to do games. I might do a couple of games in the background as I get distracted. Probably not, because that would be even more distracting. But anyway. We're just going to focus on writing for the majority of the stream today. There will be a break while I have lunch in about maybe an hour or so. There is a chance that I might end the stream early because I am on standby for a friend of mine. So just be aware of that. There is Sorry. Again, I'm distracted. So, but yeah, so I've been writing basically since I've been writing for a long time in my life generally, and every November I do National Novel Writing Month. I've kind of broken away from that association this year, depending on how the company behaves. I may or may not check it out again, and when I say behaves, I mean the choices that they decide to make and how they treat their supporters. But we won't get into that. You can Google it if you are so interested. But because of that, this year, instead of everything being labeled NaNoWriMo, it's just November Novel Challenge. And every year during my writing streams, yeah, I've been streaming the writing for NaNoWriMo and my November Novel Challenge for the last several years. I don't know, I've lost count at this point, but I've also tied it into earning money for my charity of choice, which is babydj.org. They are a local charity that helps families in need have a Christmas. I fully support them, and I encourage you to support them too. You can go to their website. It is in the ticker below, and should also be in the details below if you miss it in the ticker. It's literally babydj.org. You can donate, you can see what they need, if they need volunteers and things like that. I'm not volunteering this year, unfortunately, at least until I get something stable, because I don't want to commit to volunteer and then have to back out because of an interview or something like that. So I'm holding off on that, but I am still doing, my streaming, my writing, all revenue from Twitch. So ads, bits, subs, all of that. That's going to be donated in early December. I've been doing it for a few years now, and I plan to continue as long as I'm able to. But that being said, I am currently unemployed, so if you want to support me, help me, but with a coffee fund or something like that, you can throw a couple dollars my way at my Ko-fi page. You don't have to donate, just donate. You can purchase something. I've got services and pictures for sale. Eventually the stories that I write on stream will be put up for sale too. This story, because it is a community driven story, will be free to the public though, just as soon as editing and all that stuff is done. A rough draft will be for members only, though. It has not yet been put up, neither has the other one, but in the members only spaces, so Twitch members, Ko-fi members, and I don't have membership for YouTube yet, but eventually when that does happen, YouTube members will all have the same space in Discord where you can get links to the rough drafts. Let's see what else. I don't think there's anything major to talk about. I did finalize the channel points system, so you can do exclamation point points and see how many points you have. For Twitch viewers, that means the current points will expire on... Oh no, it's the 1st of next month, so December 1st, sorry. I tried to make it an easy day for me to remember, and I still forgot for a second there. Again, distracted. If I do... Excuse me. I think I have most of the things out of the way now. Oh yeah, I haven't made many updates to the stream itself, but I did consolidate the bots, so there should be 1, maybe 2 per hour. So it's not quite as spammy as it was yesterday. And it should be randomized. But we'll see how that goes. And yeah, with that, I think we are ready to continue. Oh yeah, we are at a dark period in the girls' lives. Okay. Let's see. We'll start here. Mentally, Sylvia ran through what she knew. Vanessa seemed fine this morning. Vanessa wanted to go to prom. Vanessa was hoping Sylvia would want to go to prom. Sylvia told her in no uncertain terms that she was not going to go to prom. Vanessa said she was not feeling great and left for the restroom. Vanessa knew she would not be returning to the cafeteria, so she cleaned up her tray on the way out. Vanessa went straight for the restroom and closed herself in a stall. Vanessa was crying in that stall. Vanessa almost left the stall to talk to Sylvia, at least she'd hoped, but new students coming into the restroom spooked her back in. Vanessa was now checked out of school for the day. Whatever had Vanessa bothered, it was enough to get her to cry in the student restroom and be called out for the day. Sylvia glanced down at her backpack, her eyes going toward the pocket that held her cell phone inside. She wanted to call her friend and see if everything was all right, and if there was anything she could do, within reason, to make it better. She still had 3 classes to go, though. Waiting was going to be unbearable. Maybe she could ask her dad to pick her up, and she could leave school early for the day, and then she could call Vanessa and see what's upsetting her so much. She shook her head, though. She wasn't a great liar, and she knew that the school nurses would probably catch her in the lie and send her right back to class. Maybe she could sneak her phone out in the corner of the hallway somewhere. No, that wouldn't work. With her luck, that would be the time when a teacher just happened to walk by on a different route to their classroom. Much like Gonia, Sylvia was having a difficult time trying to focus on class. She couldn't understand. She wasn't following the teacher's descriptions, diminishing returns too well, and oh, I didn't draw a card today. Ay, okay, sorry. I'll draw it during my lunch, when I break for lunch. That way you guys don't have to wait so much longer. Sylvia was having a difficult time trying to focus on class. She wasn't following the teacher's descriptions of the mission. And she knew that even if she tried incorporating any of what worked best for her, shutting everything else out to listen, that wouldn't work either. Not because... Oh, excuse me. At least today it wouldn't work. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. Even if the teacher didn't bother her or didn't stop the lesson to bother her to deride her for that method, it wouldn't work. Sylvia was just too distracted. She wanted to make sure her friend was fine. Pardon moi. Oh, Twitch viewers, there is an ad coming in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Just a heads up. Again, I may or may not pull that out like I typically do. Again, I'm just bouncing around from here, there, and everywhere. And apparently I'm yawning too, so that's not much of a boon. Sorry, y'all. Okay, where were we? Clicking everything but what I need to click on. Okay, Celia was having a difficult time. She wanted to make sure that her friend was fine, but couldn't. It was only this class and 2 others that she had to get through. Once she was in the car with her father, no, once she was back at home, safely in her room, and away from everyone, jeez Louise! Sorry. Once safely and away from everyone, could she call her friend? Maybe she would send a text before she called, just to give her the heads up that a call was incoming. For some reason, Vanessa preferred to know when a call was going to happen before it happened. She tended to ignore calls that came randomly. Oh, ay. Okay. What am I doing now, guys? What am I doing now? I'm clicking all the things. Yeah, I am like totally distracting myself. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Like, I feel like y'all know what it's like to be easily distracted, so that felt rude to say. I'm sorry. But I think y'all understand what I mean to say, so. I'm just having trouble. So sorry. I'm just having trouble with the concentration aspect. I know y'all will forgive me. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a large amount banged out today, guys. Just because I'm like this. Why are you like this? Okay. But yeah, we are going to go ahead and let's see. For some reason, Vanessa preferred to know when. Sylvia nodded to herself. Today's afternoon classes were going to be I don't want to say a failure or a wash. Today's afternoon classes were going to be a casualty. We're going to be we're going we're going, yeah, I like that. We're going to have to be sat through so she could make the rest of the day. So she could get through the rest of the day. Get through the of the day until she could reach out. She might not be able to focus in the classes or participate as much as she'd like in art. No, or be as productive as she'd like in art. And she felt that this would be a good way for her. No. But she felt that this would be... But she felt like, since she was distracted with worry for Vanessa, to go through, but she could at least just show up, and maybe she might learn something. At the very least, she wouldn't be missing her classes. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Miss Mulligan. The teacher's stern voice came out. Yes? Sylvia turned to face the teacher, who was looking down at her with, I don't want to say scorn or derision. Oh goodness, maybe my words are failing me right now, guys. I am so sorry. Oh, I gotta update the revenue ticker. Hold on. We're at 56 cents now. I'll save. There we go. Celia turned to face the teacher, who was looking down at her with an unimpressed gaze. She realized that she had been looking at her phone that entire time while she was thinking. Did you forget something important in there? A flush came to Sylvia's cheeks, and she looked at her desk. Her notebook and her textbook were both open, and a pen was laying in the crevice of the notebook. She then looked back at her backpack and finally looked back to the teacher and shook her head. No, I just got lost in thought. Sorry. The teacher pressed her lips together. No, the teacher set her mouth into an unimpressed line and shook her head. If you just listen to me and take notes, there won't be any thoughts to get lost in. A few Snickers peppered around. Yes, ma'am. Sylvia conceded. Today she didn't feel like fighting the teacher. The teacher, whose name I forgot. The teacher had a knack. Nope. Yeah, we'll just say that and I'll just edit it later. Or disliking Sylvia. So why would today be any different? Sylvia needed to keep her head down, figuratively speaking, and just make it through this class and the next two. Then she would be, literally speaking, home free. I feel like that should be the end of that chapter, but I'm going to get some more paragraphs in. We still have a page to finish up. I'm allowing myself a distraction. Just clicking on a few things. Steam Raiders. We'll go ahead and do that. I am streaming right now. Why don't I'll go into captain mode. You can join me there if you want. You don't have to. Just wanna work on the questies there. Switch to captain. Okay. Just watching that as that comes up. I have the tab muted, so you won't hear any of the music or whatever coming up from that. Tabletopia. Okay, start with the easy stuff. Archer towers defending the center. Start battle. I feel like vampire is my strongest, so we shall go with vampire. And thanks for helping out, just in case anybody pops in. Okay, alright, back to you guys. No, I haven't figured out what else I want to write, though. Maybe I'll just talk about the rest of the day. This scene feels really unnecessary. Like, a lot of these scenes unfortunately feel unnecessary. I feel like they will help inform other things later. So while I say it's unnecessary, it doesn't mean that it's wholly unnecessary. I just don't think it's going to make it in the end to cut. Of course, it's probably a little too early to think about the end cut too, so... Alright. Economics didn't last much longer after that, and Sylvia was free to make her way toward her next class, which was math. She knew she would have to try to pay some attention to math, similar to how she tried to pay attention in economics. She was not sure if she would be able to succeed. number. Oh yeah, okay. It wasn't that bad. The teacher mostly taught from the book in today's lecture, and so Sylvia was able to follow along with relative ease. She didn't quite grasp what the teacher was saying about all of the numbers and the formula and the formulas, but oh, one sec. I can't type. I can't type on my phone. I'm on my phone right now responding to my husband. Okay. I sent him a text earlier. He was at work and and he's like, sorry, I was busy. I'm like, I knew it wasn't, it's fine. It was a just in case text, so. Okay, she didn't grasp what the teacher was saying about all of the numbers, but at least she saw how she went from the image that was given in the book to the end result. The image from the formula to the end result. And was able to copy it down for reference later. Okay. I have a lot of tabs open on my phone. Close those real quick. Okay. Okay, let's see. Although Vanessa and Sylvia didn't share that class together, reword that. Vanessa and so maybe that was why it was easier for Sylvia to concentrate, to follow along with the teacher. Still, I'll accept the moment that Sylvia paused to think about why she was able to follow along, and think that it might be because of the fact, yeah, this is going to have to be edited, but that's fine. We want the word count. Hold on. Okay. Except the moment I paused to think about why she was able to follow along, I think that it might be because of the fact that Vanessa didn't share this class. that Vanessa didn't share this class with her, so an empty seat wasn't distracting her. That was a lot to that's like, it feels like a super on sentence. I don't think that's a great one. But it's fine, it's fine. Maybe that was why it was easier to falter, and she did miss a few concepts the teacher spoke about. It didn't matter. Sylvia was still able to copy the work on the board before the teacher erased it. She'll figure it out later. Okay. 2. Okay, more texting. She'll figure it out later. I'm just staring at my screen right now, guys. After that was art. And what was the art project that we'll do? And although the teacher didn't have anything specific for the students to work on, it was a free subject. It was a free assignment. It was a your choice assignment. It didn't help Sylvia in her... Alright, so I did say that I reduced the spam of the bots. The points notifications are still separate from the revamp because the points is kind of important. I feel like, well, relatively important, especially for those on Twitch. So you'll probably see more of those than the other ones. But I will be watching because I definitely want the other ones to come up ideally between the points reminders. Anyway. Actually, I want to edit that one. No? Oh, there we go. Until 12:01. Okay. Oh, texting. Okay, so I fixed that. And we also want to adjust that timer too a little bit. And yeah, guys, I'm not gonna lie, this is actually pretty much how my brain works. Okay. Actually, well, it's not terrible. Let me go back to what it was originally. Sunset. Yeah, you're gonna get the same thing. Actually, there we go. That works. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I know I'm kind of all over the place right now, guys. Again, I apologize. No great excuse, just this is how my brain is today. After that was art, and although the teacher didn't have anything specific for the students to work on, it was a your choice assignment. It didn't help Sylvia get much work done on the clay sculpture that she was making. It was intended to be a what kind of sculpture do we want her to make? We'll say cat. It was intended to be a cat. It's intended to be a cat sitting down and sitting down regally, based on a picture she had once seen online. She doesn't have any cats at home. I'll actually say that she did not have any cats at home or in real life to base the image off of. Base the sculpture off of. So the internet cat had to do. She started off the project a few days ago. Well, it's Wednesday in Storyverse. A few days ago. Excited because she knew exactly how she wanted to position the cat, how to get the effects of the fur established, and even how she wanted to set his expression on his face. Closing a couple of notifications. Okay. Today, in front of her was a glob of gray clay. Today in front of her was a glob of gray clay, more vertical than horizontal. With lines etched in where the cat's legs should be, and more tiny lines where the cat's face should be. Today, she was supposed to use a tool to carve out the cat's features with more nuance, but instead she was just staring at the gray blob of clay. She took so little movement, or she made so little movement during the class, that halfway through the period, the teacher She found the teacher, suddenly standing next to her. Everything okay, Sylvia? The teacher was a woman that was best described as a hippie. She had long, so I've had strawberry blonde, I've had redhead, I've had blonde, I've had brunette. We'll go raven. She had long raven hair that fell to the backs of her knees. And she often tamed it. Knees that she often kept loose, but held back with a headband. She often wore tie-dye t-shirts and jeans that seemed to be 3 sizes too large for her. All of her clothing seemed to be victims of art mishaps in some way or another. Today's tie-dye shirt had a large purple. Yeah, and I don't know, you guys, I know I typically try to have like polls up for y'all. I don't even know what I want to poll y'all on, like how to impact the story currently. I'll think of something and I'll put up a poll, I promise. Right now it's not happening, sorry. The teacher was a woman that was best described as a hippie. She had long raven hair that fell to the backs of her knees that she often kept loose but held back with a headband. I'm going to say held out of her face. Today's had a lot of purple splotch going from the shoulder to the armpit, the neck, and another one that matched it, and a teal paint splotch that went from her midsection up to or down to the hem. Sylvia looked up at her teacher. What's her teacher's name? You know what? You guys get to decide. There we go. We've got a poll here. We're going to just throw out some random names here. And we're just going to go last names. We don't need first names. Mango. We're going to go with Miss Raven. It's going to be funny because her hair is raven colored, so as we just described it. Ms. Fletcher. Wait, isn't Vanessa's family's name Fletcher? Let's see. Let's see. What's hippie-ish stuff? Sierra Nevada. Oh, we'll go Sierra. Miss Sierra. And let's try something like very conservative, which is like juxtaposition of the hippie feel. Fleming. No, I don't want F. Why do I keep going to the Fs? could look at politicians. Strangely enough, I'm not thinking of any that I want to use anyway. Franklin. That's F. I don't want to use F. Dang it. Hamilton. We'll go with Hamilton. That's a popular politic-y name, I guess. It's recognizable, at least. Alright, so I want to set up the polls. Y'all will get about 10 minutes. I haven't submitted them for either channel yet. Miss Mango, Miss Raven, Miss Sierra. I honestly don't know what. Like, a lot of this was kind of based off of my experiences as a high schooler, like the art classes and the projects and stuff. But I don't remember my art teacher's name, believe it or not. Okay. Okay, we have more viewers on Twitch, so I'm going to start on Twitch first. And now YouTube. Alright, y'all have 10 minutes. Alright, so after the poll's done, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to take a lunch break. So yeah, 10 minutes, then lunch break. Then actually 10 minutes, then I'm going to run an ad because we have an ad for Twitch in about 24 minutes. And then lunch break, or I'll go to the stepping away screen and then I'll run an ad so y'all don't have to see it. I might do a 3-minute ad. That way we can just get rid of ads for like the next couple hours. And it feels like my friend may not need me, which is okay, but if she needs me, that's cool. I'm still on standby for her if she does. I'm gonna check somewhere else too, because I had another friend messaging me in a different platform. Okay. Sorry, I just saw something that shook my brain. Anyway, where was I doing? Oh yeah, I was checking to see message. Social media is dangerous, y'all. Let's get back to the story. Okay, today's tie-dye t-shirt had a dark purple splotch going from the shoulder to the neck and a teal paint splotch. Splotch. I want to say chalk. Yeah. Sylvia finally replied. She knew she didn't sound convincing. But maybe the teacher would understand and leave her alone. No luck. You seemed no luck. The teacher did not leave and continued to ask questions. Having issues with the tool? No. Did your muse leave you? Celia blinked and then looked up at the teacher. My muse? Her teacher gave her a look of surprise. We went over that 4 years ago in your introduction to art class. She explained. Celia knew what a muse was, but she didn't know why the teacher was bringing it up now. Did she know something that Celia didn't? The muse, the teacher continued, without any regard for Celia's internal monologue. Is the Greek being that is responsible for inspiration. Once a person has an idea for a great piece of work, they will often say they've been visited by their muse. Likewise, when someone inspires you, you can say that that person is your muse. Or if you've no longer been inspired, and but guys, don't think that my muse has left me just because I'm distracted today. It's literally just me having so much that happened this morning that I'm distracted. Or if you're no longer inspired or interested in your work. And it's not that I'm not interested in my work, I'm just distracted. I really want to see where the story goes. I've never done YA before. I think this is going to be a terrible YA novel compared to other YA novels out there. But I like having you guys around to decide some of these things. It looks like chat's kind of slow today, so we might be ending up rolling for the name. Or if you're no longer inspired or interested in your work, then they say that your muse has left you. You seem uninterested right now. Hence my question. That's my last question. No. Sylvia answered, this time with more voice. With energy in her voice. I think I still have a muse. I want to get the cat done. He's going to look so good once he's done and painted. But she trailed off. Did she really need the teacher to know all of her business? But the teacher prodded. Sylvia, let out a sigh. Typing is hard. Sylvia let out a sigh. I don't know. My mind's just elsewhere right now. I guess. The teacher raised an eyebrow toward Sylvia, but this time she nodded without any further questions. That can be an issue all on its own, she explained, and sat in a seat next to the girl. You've got thoughts. You can't reel them in. Sylvia only nodded the confirmation to this teacher's comment. Well, the teacher said, pushing the formation, the beginnings of the formation of the cat away. When something like that happens, I think the best thing we can do is divert our attention to what's distracting us until it no longer becomes a distraction. Speaking of, let me check the stream raiders. Okay. Start battle! I'll let you guys know what the result is. Letting it run. And then I'll check the poll after this, because I saw the poll was done too. My guy's gonna die before he even gets to an immunity. Yep, I got owned. Alright. Select the gold. Try a different one. Oh, so let me try a different one. I have to keep with this current one. Oh, start new map. Okay. Well, there's no progress, so I'm going to confirm. Okay. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, that's fine then. So we're gonna go tank this time. Okay, let's check the poll out now. I can look at the Twitch one, just in case there's a few last minute votes for YouTube's. Alright, nothing on Twitch. And nothing on YouTube's. Okay, we're gonna end that poll. And we're just gonna roll for it then. Okay, so roll. 1 is Mango, 2 is Raven, 3 is I ended the poll and it didn't pop into the chat space. weird. Let's see, 3 is Sierra, 4 is Hamilton, 5 or 6 is reroll. Alright, so we're gonna reroll 2. So it's Miss Raven. So we're gonna have to redefine her hair color later, but that's fine. Let me just quickly put it. Ms. Raven, and it's going to be MS. I'm not going to do Mrs. or anything like that because we don't know. Nobody's going to need to know. If I feel like editing it later during editing, then we'll do that then. But yeah. It's Ms. Raven versus the teacher, so the word count's not going to change at all. Well, Ms. Raven said. When something like that happened. But what if it's a person? Alright, and we'll leave that there. I am getting hungry. It's 2 o'clock. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have myself some lunch. I want to put us on the stepped away screen. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad so that we don't need to worry about ads for a while after that. My lunch shouldn't take more than 30 minutes. We plan to be back 2:30 Eastern. But yeah, I'll be back. Let me put up a note. Oh, no, oh, okay. Go to channel. This is my channel. Oh, it's in the message. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit. There we go. Much better. Alright, and we'll go ahead and swap now. Hey y'all, welcome back. I'm back. Hope y'all are back. I hope y'all had a good lunch. I had a good lunch. It was leftover minestrone soup and it was delicious. Let me go ahead and take off my pins. Looks like I have a notice for them. Which first episode is Arcane Season 2 on any participating Twitch channel. Earn an exclusive chat badge. They're encouraging. Interesting. Watch the first episode of Arcane Season 2 on any participating Twitch channel to earn. Well, that could be fun. Maybe I'll do that. But I'm kind of busy right now, Twitch. Unpin the message. Unpin message. There we go. Alright. Now what? Now we're right? Yeah, I think we just right. So let's see. Sylvia only nodded. Oh, that's right, her name was Miss Raven. We decided that's her name. Alright, so Sylvia only nodded the confirmation to the teacher's comment. Well, Miss Raven said, pushing the beginnings of the formation of the cat out of the way. Cat sculpture. Away. When something like that happens, I think the best thing we can do is divert our attention to what's distracting us until it no longer becomes a distraction. But what if it's a person? Sylvia asked. She knew that she couldn't just leave school. Or even pull out her phone. To reach out to some person who might be distracting her. Is that person in this class? The teacher asked, and this is a cliche line, but I want to use it. Again, word fluff matters. As if reading Sylvia's mind. The teenage girl blinked and shook her head. Well, Ms. Raven pondered out loud. Well, then that person. Then you'll need to figure out a way to overcome that distraction. Some people find they can overcome one distraction with another. Okay. She nodded toward the budding cat statue. But sometimes, if you can't, and you find yourself at an impasse, then just need to you just need to figure out a way. Wait, do those two really? They are two separate timers though, so that's probably why. And they aren't both at the same time on the... Okay, that's fine then. It's fine. I'm getting myself riled up for no reason. But sometimes if you can't and you find yourself in an impasse, then to let the emotions talk. How do I do that? Sylvia asked. Looking up at the teacher as she stood from her seat and crossed the room. Ms. Raven didn't say anything further in response. Oh, excuse me. Instead, she grabbed a thin piece of poster board. She grabbed a large piece of poster board, almost, and a tray of paints. Wordlessly, she returned to not the desk, the table that Sylvia had been working at, had been sitting at, and laid the poster board down first with the paints set off to the side. Sylvia looked from the blank sheet and the paints to Miss Raven, and then back down again. I don't understand, she said. She said, shrinking into herself. Some eyes were turning toward them, and Sylvia didn't want to know what they were thinking, but had a feeling they were thinking that she was getting into trouble. Ms. Raven didn't pay any mind to the other students who were all coming along nicely with their own work. Alright guys, you know how I said earlier that they're going to ad would stop ads for a while? The next ad's going to be in 2 hours and 30-ish minutes. So So there is that. This Raven didn't pie any mind to the other students who were all coming along nicely with their own work. They were only glancing over anyway. None of them were actually staring. Sylvia realized she might have done something similar if Ms. Raven were doing this with any other student. Heck, she might have already done it in some other class, and just doesn't remember. Go get a brush. The teacher directed. Let's set down the scalpel. And go get a brush, the teacher directed. Then just paint. Don't paint with a goal in mind. Just get color to paper and let those distractions and let your arms move without your brain giving you any direction. Is this supposed to help? Sylvia blinked. In a manner of speaking, yes. The teacher explained. If your mind is so overloaded that you can't create properly, create the way you want to, then create the way, and create in the way that you can. And that's yes, your mind is so overloaded that you can't create the way that you want to, and create the way that you can. Let your turn off the mind. Just let the paint do the talking. Sylvia nodded, but was unsure. She had done so many paintings in her life, but not once did she ever do any painting without really thinking about it. This was new to her. You seem hesitant. You don't want to? Miss Raven observed. It's not that I don't want to, Sylvia said, looking at the setup. I just don't know if I can. I've always painted with a goal in mind before. Okay. The teacher nodded. The teacher took what she said in stride and nodded. In that case, allow me to give you an assignment. Huh? Sylvia looked back up at her teacher. Oh, we're rolling now, guys. Ugh. In panic. She'd never given out assignment while one was still being worked on. Consider it an early assignment. I'll have the rest of the class work on it when they're done with the free choice project. Your sculpture can wait until this one is done, she explained. She looked over at the paints, the poster board, and the unfinished sculpture on the table in front of them. I really should start assigning this at the beginning of the semester. Too many students. She muttered to herself. What's the assignment? Sylvia asked, unsure. Ms. Raven turned back towards Sylvia and gave her a wry smile. I want you to turn off that overworked brain of yours and just get... Ooh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. Not sure how audible that was, but it wasn't quiet, that's for sure. Anyway. And just get to painting. It doesn't have to be a work of art or follow any sort of rule or follow any sort of painting scheme or rules. Just paint. She enunciated those last two words, so Sylvia would surely pay attention to them. The young woman gulped and nodded. Yes, ma'am. She replied. As the teacher walked away from the desk, Sylvia, to assist another student who seemed to be having an issue with their clay, with their paper-like medium. Sylvia turned back toward the paints and the paper. Just paint, she murmured to herself. done. Still, the teacher thought it was important enough to have her do it as an assignment instead of just a task to clear her mind. Oops. That meant that this was now going to be a grade for her. Getting up, Sylvia went to go grab some paint supplies, some paint brushes, and brought them back over to her table. The first choice then was to determine which brush she would use. There were no rules, so she didn't need to create a background with a broad brush. But did she want to start with a narrow brush? There were too many choices. Or did she want something slanted or rounded? There were too many choices, and she squeezed her eyes shut. Oh, this is, it's overload. She's got too many choices. Too many choices, she muttered to herself. Lamenting all the options. Still, she knew she couldn't just stay there, and keep worrying about the options. She took the brushes in her hands and squoze and shuffled their handles around so they jostled within her palms. Finally, she closed her eyes. Did one last jostle and set the brushes down on the table. Her eyes still closed. She went to grab one of the handles with her thumb and forefinger. You guys can't see it, but I'm actually trying to copy the motions with my hands. Her eyes still closed. She went to grab one of the handles with her thumb and forefinger. Found it was too large for the gap she had tried giving it, and adjusted her fingers accordingly, at least so that they were able to grasp the handle. her eyes open, and she saw that she was now holding a medium rounded brush. Sorry, I swept away a notification that I didn't need. Okay, where was I? Getting up, Sylvia went to go grab some paintbrushes and brought them back over to her table. First choice then was to turn. Guess that's it. She then looked at the paints. It was just a set of jars with a palette. Just a set of standard jars, white, black, red, blue, yellow, on a palette. The goal was to get paint to the paper, right? She didn't need the palette. She was just going to be mixing it all on the paper as it is. Should work anyway. So the palette really wasn't that necessary. What color to start with though? So she shook her head. Why ask? Why even ask? That still defeated the purpose of the assignment, right? She took a deep breath and hoped that teacher's task would help. She dipped the blue, well, here, we have too many sheets. Let me put Sylvia in one of these places. She dipped the blue, she dipped the head of the brush into the jar closest to her. The yellow jar, and began to swipe the paint, thick at first and then thinning. She worked in zigzags across the cardboard poster boards, yeah, a cardboard canvas. Then she took her brush oh wait, no. Still, we need to still have etiquette. She knew that etiquette mattered, and she poured some of each jar onto the palette. Some of the paints ran together, and they fighted each other, and invited the notion of mixing to create colors. Sylvia wasn't about to do that right now, though. Instead, she was just going to put the colors onto the paper. Motion. She dipped the head of the brush into the paint closest to her, the yellow paint. Her brush, and dipped it into a random pile, to a random color. This time, what random color do we want? If we weren't like in the middle of the scene, I would totally have you guys vote on this, but instead I'm just going to go, let's see, to black, this time black, and swirled that color across the canvas. Yellow zigzag, black swirl. She muttered as she worked. Then she shook her head. No, I'm not supposed to have any. No, I'm not supposed to have any direction about this. Her paintbrush went to red next. And then this one created swirling zigzags in the opposite direction than the yellow zigzags have been created in. Next color, blue. This one she just swiped across the board in 3 horizontal lines. She didn't bother with the white. Instead, she changed her brush, mixed the paint until she got changed her brush, swiped the paint where swiped the section where where yellow and blue paints were starting to threaten some sort of green creation. And then brushed that in diagonal strokes across the board. She kept up at this, occasionally switching brushes, rotating, but choosing random colors, occasionally switching brushes, choosing random colors, and designing and adding them to the canvas in some sort of pattern that she hadn't done in the 2 or 3 colors previous. The next thing she knew, the teacher clapped her hands. Bell's about to ring. Put up your supplies. Sylvia blinked and looked down at her creation. It was a mess. There was no way she would want to share the amalgamation of all different wet colors with the world. different wet colors with the world. She originally envisioned each paint color layering on top of the other in a way that could be unique and almost chaotic. And this almost chaotic. What she got, however, was just a bunch of blurred of colors blurred together in a muddy brown mess on the poster board. Sorry, distracted again. Y'all know me. Okay, anyway. However, blurred together in a muddy brown mess on the poster board. She frowned. What was the point of this? She shook her head and began to clean up the brushes and palette that she had used. While she was at the sink, the teacher stepped up to her and asked, "How did it go?" "The painting is awful," Sylvia replied. Ms. Raven laughed heartily at the comment. It's not supposed to be good. To be a good finish, it's supposed to help you clear your mind. Sylvia blinked and looked up at the teacher, the water, and we'll worry about that later, or probably not at all, but anyway. What do you mean? That's what the whole point was for. That's what the project is for, she said. You needed to clear your mind and get rid of the distraction. And so you painted to get rid of the distraction. I'm not sure it worked though, Sylvia said. Let me ask you a couple things. I actually really like this segment. I think if we, for editing, I would probably keep this part in here. Maybe not the math class part. This part, definitely. Yes, and I am switching around my seat. Don't mind me. Okay. Were you able to get the painting as messy as it ended up? Done. Sylvia nodded. Yes, of course. There wasn't really in it. Wasn't anything to finish up on it though. But you started it. Miss Raven pointed out. And because of that, you started it, and you kept going with it until I called for the supply return. The bell rang as she was talking. But she didn't pause. Sylvia wanted to get back to her table and leave, but she couldn't just walk away from the teacher like this. Okay. Instead, she just laid the rinsed supplies on the rack and turned to give her teacher her attention. Second question. The person who was distracting you, did they continue to distract you while you were painting? Cool. Sylvia began to answer, but stopped. She realized what the teacher had done. It might not have, it could have just as well not worked, but for some reason it worked for her. Ms. Raven got Sylvia so engrossed in the paint project for good or ill that she stopped worrying about her friend for the duration. A brief pang hit Sylvia's stomach. As she realized that she wasn't dwelling on Vanessa. Nope. As she realized she hadn't thought about Vanessa for those several minutes. Was it guilt? Was it guilt for not thinking about her? Guilt because she feels like she's the one who drove Vanessa home today. Well, who caused Vanessa to call out today. She blinked. She hadn't thought of that. That was a thought she had danced around all afternoon, but didn't directly address. She wasn't sure how she felt about that possibility. All right. Man, this section is taking up several pages. I'm not mad at it. Don't get me wrong. I feel like this is probably one of the longer sections. I like it. I like it a lot. Most are like 2 or 3 pages. This is like... +5 pages. So... that's pretty cool. Miss Raven gave a knowing smile at Sylvia's reaction to her second question. Not for long. At all, huh? Sylvia nodded. I don't think I wanted to stop thinking about it, she admitted. But it was a nice break, I think. She wasn't really on board with the thought, and this is my verbiage, unfortunately. This is gonna have to get edited because on board is not, is not something I think this character would say. She really wasn't on board with the thought that the activity caused her to forget her friend, or even was enough to distract her from her distractions. Still, she couldn't argue with the result. She just didn't think it could happen again. And that's what we call bypassing. I'm just gonna check my messages, make sure that I didn't miss anything. Okay, just making sure I wasn't missing any messages from my friends. Alright. Still she didn't think. Just not. Glad to help you work through it. The teacher commented. Have a good evening. Sylvia nodded again and turned so that she could pack up from pack up and head home. All right, we are finally done with this section. Oh goodness. Now, how are we going to address, like, I know what the next section is going to be. Oh, that's okay. This could be spicy. All right, Twitch has more viewers, so we're going to go Twitch first again. Does Vanessa answer Sylvia's call? Yes or no? Start poll, 10 minutes, begins now. Does Vanessa answer Sylvia's call? Yes, no. Oh, somebody joined my stream reader thing. Cool. That is nice of them. Okay. Okay. I'm clicking through all the, oh, my child. My child has landed his plane. I mean, he isn't flying, but... Okay, where was I? Oh yeah. So, while the poll's running, we're going to write up to the, to the actual call, which we can do easily. Sylvia paced back and forth in her room. She was ready to call. She was ready to call Vanessa. She had her hand around her cell phone, and her quick dial contacts were pulled up in front of her. Still, that didn't help the anxiety. Excuse me, sorry. Still, that didn't help the anxiety that was building in her stomach. What was she going to say? Would she apologize for not wanting to go to prom? Would she change her mind and decide to go to prom? Excuse me. Sylvia stopped herself, stopped in her tracks and shook her head. That wasn't like her at all. Nope, and shook her head. She was not going to change her mind on the prom situation. She was sure of it. Vanessa might hate her for it, but she was not going to change who she was just because her friend wanted her to. In fact, that might make Vanessa the bad friend. Sylvia shook her head again. No, Vanessa wasn't a bad friend for wanting them both to go to prom together. Vanessa wouldn't try to force her to go. If she tried to cross that line, then it would make her a bad friend. Maybe it really wasn't about prom after all. Maybe Vanessa really was sick. And the conversation just happened to happened at the worst time. The image of Vanessa's face in the bathroom stall, or peering from the bathroom stall, that makes it sound better. Peering from the bathroom stall was still in her mind, was still stuck in Sylvia's mind. So, what could have all right. Okay. Excuse me, sorry. Okay. The image of Vanessa's face peering from the bathroom stall was still stuck in Sylvia's mind, though. What could have caused her to cry like that? Sylvia certainly has had her fair share of illnesses, but nothing that would make her cry like... Oh, guys, I just had a thought. And it relates to an earlier thing that happened. Okay, what could have caused her to cry like that? Sylvia certainly had her fair share of illnesses, but nothing that would make her cry the way Vanessa had been crying. Alright, looks like there's a couple minutes left on the polls, so we gotta figure out Here, let me check my Steam readers. Oh man, this person's a high-level guy. Cool. That can certainly help. Yeah. Anyway, back to writing. These faces in 5 minutes for them, so nothing could make her cry the way Vanessa. You know what? I want to actually unmute this site so that I'll be notified. I'm already distracted all day today, so it's not like it's going to change much. Okay. Letting out a frustrated groan, Sylvia sat down on her bed and pulled her legs in to sit cross-legged and looked down at her phone. She had Vanessa's profile open. The brunette teen grinning into the camera with her contact information just below it. Fine, I won't cold call, Sylvia muttered before tapping the messaging icon and okay, looks like the poll ended, but let me finish this paragraph real quick. Fine, I won't cold call, Sylvia muttered before tapping message and sending a message to her friend. You good to call? Alright, let's see what the responses are. Okay. That's what I figured. Alright, so we're going to take it to the dice. Alright, let me make another paragraph real quick first, though. The message was sent, and Sylvia noted that the received icon came up. She held her breath, waiting for the red icon to waiting for the icon to change into a red icon. She hoped Vanessa had her phone with her, so she wouldn't need to wait much longer, so she wouldn't need to wait long. Minutes passed, and the icon did not change. Dun dun dun. Sylvia frowned. That meant that Vanessa did not have her phone with her. Alright, so we're going to go 1 and 2. So roll 1 through 3. Yes. 4 through 6. No. Oh, she's not going to answer. Ooh. Spicy friendships. Spicy, spicy. Okay. Sylvia looked at her at the timestamp when she sent the message. Let's assume school gets out at 2:30. So 2:30, 3 o'clock. It read 3:42. So she'd been pacing for a while. It read 3:42. Her eyes then darted to the time that was displayed in the upper left corner of her phone. That read 4:22. It had been about 40 minutes since she sent the message. Alright. So my Stream Raiders battle starts, so you can hear that music now. Okay. Alright. It was cool. Somebody joined my Steam Raiders thing. I didn't want to make him wait too long. Okay. So... Oh, and he joined me again? Oh, that was nice of him! Okay, and he's a strong guy too. Yeah, where was I? Alright, so Sylvia looked at him. It had been 40 minutes since she sent the message. And Vanessa still had not read it. Maybe she was feeling ill after all. There was only one way to find out. Hey guys, I'm gonna put up another poll. I don't really want to wait for this scene to end, so we're gonna do a new poll. Why is Vanessa not answering? Asleep. Hospital. Ignoring Sylvia. Other. Put in chat. Okay. I'm gonna set up another poll real quick. Why is Vanessa not answering? Asleep. Hospital. And asleep is because, you know, if her phone's on silent or whatever. Because it has to be because she school. Sylvia, other, put in chat. Alright. Alright, Twitch, you're getting a quick head start because, well, there's more people viewing in chat or in Twitch. Okay, and there you go for YouTube. And then, of course, if there's no answers by the next 10 minutes, then we'll put it up to RNG. Okay. Okay, where was I? Yeah. There's only one way to find out. Sylvia took a deep breath. Okay. Actually, let me do something, because it kind of jumps from 342 to 422 without, like, Sylvia doing anything. I don't think she'd have been staying on her bed for that long. The red icon. She helped with her. Minutes passed. Minutes passed and the icon did not change. Sylvia got up again, paced around the room. Went to the fridge to grab a snack of a cheese stick. Returned to her room. Noticed the icon still hadn't changed and frowned. And not have her phone with her at all. So yeah, this whole section is probably gonna require some editing, which is fine. Sylvia looked at the timestamp when she'd sent the message. It read 3:42. Her eyes then darted to the time that was displayed in the upper left corner of her phone. Sylvia had enough time to get a snack, eat it, and do other things in that time frame. But Vanessa hadn't even bothered to check her messages. This was not like her. This is not like her. She usually checked within 10 or 20 minutes. Maybe she was feeling ill after all. There was only one way to find out. Sylvia took a deep breath. Started to sit on her bed, but paused as she made the motion. She didn't really want to sit on the bed when she talked with her friend. She knew that as soon as they connected, she'd be up again and pacing around her room. If she needed to sit during that conversation, then that would be when she would sit. She hit the call button on her phone, held the device up to her ear, and waited. And waited. And waited. Actually, no. Oh, I should have made it into an option to have her like instant reject, but I didn't, so she's just not answering it. After five rings, a voice finally came through the other side. This is Vanessa. Vanessa. Hey, Vanessa. Sylvia said, a flood of relief rushing through her. You just missed me. Her friend's voice continued. Please leave me a message, and I'll get right back with you. Ta-ta! Sylvia's jaw dropped. Her heart dropped. Vanessa, her friend, did not pick up her phone at all. She was not with her phone at all. Oh, I have an idea too. Probably the phone might have been left at the locker. No, we're not going to use that one. We're going to use something else. But, because that one's going to go in the story. She turned her phone over. No, she didn't turn anything. She pulled her phone away from her ear and stared at the phone's display. It was still counting seconds, showing that they were still connected. Well, she and Vanessa's voicemail were still connected. In any case, she should probably say something. Hey, Vanessa. It's me. Sylvia said weakly. I'm sorry if I caused you any hurt. I'm worried about you. Call me back? She paused again, staring at the phone. Would it pick up her voice from that far away? She hoped it would. She realized that the call was still connected, and she brought the receiver closer to her mouth. Call me. Okay? And then she hung up. Alright, so still continuing on. I'm so bad at the young adult novel stuff. Alright. And she hung up. She stared at the phone in her hands. In her hand for a long time. Before she swiped back to the messages tab. The message she had sent over an hour ago. Not over an hour ago. She had sent recently. She had sent earlier. There we go. Remained unread. got more people joining my Stream Raiders thing. Guys, this is weird. Oh, did I unmute it? I said I was going to, but I don't remember. Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Message she sent earlier remained unread. Use them all. Silver play. Vanessa certainly did not have her phone with her. That was the only explanation for why she wasn't reading her messages or answering the call. It was the only thing that made sense. Sylvia was certain that Vanessa's locker was always rather full, but she wondered if maybe there was enough room for her phone in it. Maybe she stashed it there this morning. She was feeling well. I forgot to collect it when she left campus. Early. She could Sylvia could certainly see how if Vanessa was feeling bad enough to cry in the bathroom, she would have forgotten the phone. Her cell phone. More fluff. That had to be it. The front door opened and Sylvia looked over from where she was standing in her room. She heard the front door open as her mother came home from work. Without intending to. She was, yeah, I like it. What I said at first. I'm intending to. Sylvia, left her room and went to go seek her mother out. Excuse me. Sylvia? Her mother asked what she turned and saw her daughter. You look awful. What happened? Mom, She trailed off. She didn't know what she was going to say. Then everything came out. think I made Vanessa mad at me. How? Sylvia continued, not giving her mother any space to ask questions. Again, most of this is going to be word fluff. I gave myself the out for the with the then everything came out, but again, we want to have 50,000 words plus, so this is the best way to do it. Sylvia continued not giving her mother any to ask questions. We were eating at lunch, and she said she wanted to go to prom. I said that it was dumb and that I would never go. She's embellishing a little bit, but that's fine. Vanessa then said she wasn't feeling good, feeling great, and left. I saw her in the bathroom after that. She was crying. She was crying. I couldn't talk to her then, but then I found out she called out for the day. I found out she called out for the day. So I waited until I got home to try to reach out to her. I texted her first because she prefers that, but she didn't answer. So I eventually called, and then eventually, I ended up calling. She didn't answer then either. Sylvia rambled on, her eyes beginning to get wet with fear and sadness. I think she's mad at me. I think she could. I also think she might actually be sick, but can't talk. I don't know which one it actually is, and that I don't like it. And Vanessa found herself wrapped in a hug by her mother, who immediately started rubbing the girl's back. Immediately started da 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 da, and a gesture to ease her worries. Nope, not Vanessa, sorry. Sylvia. Hey, her mother tried soothing her with her voice. It's good that you care about your friend so much. Oh, I got more people on my stream raiders. Hi, people. If they're anything like me, they're probably not poking into the stream. But if you are, hi. And my son says, my son's somewhere in Maryland. And he says, very pretty forests. Oh, they're taking the train. Anyway. Or was I? Hey, her mother tried soothing her with her voice. It's good that you. Oh. I noticed, but it wasn't anything I needed to pay attention to. Alright, it's good that you care about your friend so much. It's very likely that she's probably not feeling well and is asleep. I don't think she would, even if she was mad at you. I don't think Vanessa, from the little bit you told me, she doesn't seem to be the type to hold any sort of grudge. Has she ever gotten mad at you before? Mad at you? Sylvia shook her head. I don't think so. Not like this anyway. I don't think it's mad though. I think she's really upset. Which is different, right? Or sick. Well, her mother started. We can see what happens tomorrow. Well, we can wait. If she's either of those, then there's nothing that we can really do about it. Until we're invited to take action. Sylvia was about to ask a question, but her mother cut. No, Sylvia's point of view, to ask what sort, ask why they can't take action now, but her mother cut her off. If we were to take any actions now, it would first, since we don't know what the situation actually is, we could end up taking the wrong action and making it worse. She pointed out. If Vanessa truly is upset with you, then when you find out, do what you can to make amends. What if the only thing that will make amends is to go to prom? Then you'd have to decide for yourself if that's worth your friendship or not. Mother commented, I get that there's a bigger picture there. A bigger picture with that. I know your stance with parties. But sometimes we have to be flexible. If necessary. But I know you stand for parties, and sometimes it doesn't hurt to be flexible. What if she insists? Again, that's a choice for you to decide. For you to decide. Her mother didn't elaborate on that, but did frown at the connotation, that connotation that her daughter was implying. When Sylvia didn't ask any further questions along that line of thought, she continued. If Vanessa is actually sick, then we should go. Sorry, I just had a couple flashbacks. And distracted. Oh man, it's an article that was suggested for me. It's called Feeling Unfocused. Here's how to get back on track. That's great. Good timing article, good timing. We're not going to watch you right now though. But that was, oh, chef's kiss. All right. I need to get up in a minute. Let's see. Oh, Stream Raiders is ready for fighting, so we're going to go ahead and do that real quick. I'll let you know how that turns out. Oh, I like misread this map completely. I am the worst. I am the worst captain. We won! Alright. There, I split the bonus. That was cool. Okay. I'm gonna go here. Battle. This time I will pay attention to where the enemies are. Oh no. Okay, in the middle. Okay. I'm gonna do Archer. Thanks for helping out. Let's do 4. Yes, vibe. And 4. Okay. Yep. So, where are we at on all of our stuff? Okay. Alright. Oh, the Oh, I forgot the poll about the poll that I was running. Okay, so we're gonna run the poll real quick, or we're gonna see what the results are. Okay, nothing there, and nothing there. So we're gonna randomize it. So we'll do that real quick, and then I'm gonna step away for a moment. It's gonna be just literally a moment, so I'm not gonna even put up the screen. 1, sleep. 2, hospital. 3, ignoring Sylvia. 4, other. 4 through 6, other. So it's other. So she's not asleep, she's not in the hospital, she's not ignoring Sylvia. It's possible she left her phone in the locker. We'll probably put up another poll about that, but I gotta get up. So I will be right back. We're distracted mode. See y'all in a couple. I'll be back in a couple moments. And I'm muting myself while I do this too. Bye. Alright. We are back. Well, I am back. Alright. I am also continuing to be very distracted. Okay, so we're going to put up another poll. Y'all shouldn't act like you're surprised. I know you're not, but still. Let's try to see if there's a poll option here. Okay. Excuse me? Oh no, I broke it. Oh, I didn't break anything. Yay. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Sorry, again, distracted, but yeah, I'm putting up polls for both YouTube and Twitch. And Twitch has the most viewers currently, so we're starting here. New poll. Did Vanessa leave her phone in her locker? Let's spell locker correctly. Yes, no. Start poll, 10 minutes. And clicking the wrong buttons for YouTube, sorry. Did Vanessa leave her phone in the locker? Yes, no. Start poll. Okay. We'll see what happens, or what has. Words are hard. Okay. Again, that's for you to decide. Your mother didn't love her. If Vanessa is actually sick, then we should go visit. Then when we find out, we will get her something to help her feel better. But no sooner than that. How do I find out? Her mother gave her a sympathetic smile. Unless she sends you a message tonight, you probably won't find out. Until tomorrow at school. Sylvia felt her shoulders slump. She did not want to wait until tomorrow to find out if Vanessa's absence was due to anger or illness. She supposed that if Vanessa was present tomorrow, then anger would be the better option, or the better, than anger was why she left. And then if Vanessa was absent tomorrow, then that might be illness. People can't come fast enough, she said, surprising both herself and her mother. Okay, yeah, that's a full page. Okay, 1, 2, 3, there we go. Alright, and I got another poll, like, I got another poll in the background for something else not relating to Vanessa and Sylvia. So, this one is done. We got another one for y'all. Today's gonna be another poll heavy day, apparently. I know we started off the stream a little bit slow, but we are definitely picking up traction. And I am still somewhat distracted, just so you guys are aware. I didn't forget about the distracted mode note. Not Vanessa. Sylvia stepped, and I don't know, like, we are so far into the story now, I don't know how, like, a genre shift or a POV shift would do much good. Although I have seen novels where they did pull it off. So, and then worst case scenario, we can always just do a card flip thing. Like, deck 1 is what we've written so far, deck 2 is what we're going to write after a genre or POV shift, and you just mix them together after the fact. Anyway, that's a future problem. Sylvia stepped out of her father's vehicle, her father's car, and looked around the entrance to the school. She was hoping to see Vanessa, but so far she and looked around the entrance to the school. She was scanning to see if Vanessa was there, but there was no sign of her brunette friend. Making a face, she turned toward her father and gave him a wave to let him know that she was okay. And he was good to drive off. Oh, it didn't do the thing. Did I break it? Okay, I think it's because it's just typing fast. Okay. As he pulled away, Sylvia began to walk toward the entrance of the school, but paused. She could keep going, go to her locker, gather what she needed for the first half of the day, and then wait by the front of the first period store. But she didn't want to do that. Instead, she turned around, set her backpack by the corner of the building, and sat down to wait. She glanced at her watch. Vanessa was normally there by now. Vanessa was normally there by now, but she didn't seem to be present at all. It's possible she was running late. Another coincidence in a line of coincidences. Yeah, that's spelled incorrectly. Coincidence. Another consistent line of coincidences. She turned her head toward the entrance to the building. Maybe Vanessa did leave her phone in her locker after all, and she went to go get it. If Sylvia had done the same, left her phone in her locker all night, she'd probably start the day by going to her locker too, instead of waiting for anyone at the entrance to the school. Of course, there was also the possibility that Vanessa had already made it to the school, but there's also a possibility that Vanessa had already made it to the school, but she was still angry with Sylvia for some reason. No, not angry, upset. For some reason about the prom, and decided to begin her day without her. Sylvia sighed. She hoped that wasn't the case. She hoped that wasn't the case, but was more and more afraid that it was. She hoped that wasn't the case, but was more and more afraid that. Sylvia sighed. She hoped that wasn't the case. But was way more afraid. Yeah, just go, but she was still upset with Sylvia for some reason about the prom and decided to begin her day without her. She hoped that wasn't the case, but was more and more afraid that it was actually what was happening. She glanced at her backpack, cell phone pocket. Her phone was in there. And Sylvia, and when she checked it, where her cell phone was. If the school didn't enact that dumb policy restricting use of phones, then she'd be able to reach out again and see what happened. If that's the answer. If it is the answer. Letting out a groan, Sylvia pulled her legs in toward her chest and rested her head on them, wrapping her arms around her head. This sucks. She muttered to no one in particular. She recalled how in the morning she attempted to... Oh, looks like the poll is done. I'll check that in a sec. Checking stream readers. 5 minutes, okay. She recalled how in the morning she attempted to... what's the word? Help me out, guys. What's the word? Other than bird. Because I know bird is the word, but... Oh, she attempted to follow up and send a second text to Vanessa. That one went just as unread as the first message. With her anxiety now at an all-time high, Sylvia wasn't sure if she wanted to make her to actually go through the school entrance. Her dad had already left, so there was no route for her to get home. But she decided to play hooky. She had never played hooky before. But she knew that she didn't have to go home in order she knew she didn't have in order to play it to do it. Still, she also knew that if she was found around town, not in school, then she and her parents could get into all sorts of trouble. She didn't want that. Excuse me. Now let's take a look at the polls. Okay. Pretty much the same as usual. Y'all are quiet today. And nothing wrong with being quiet if that's what you guys prefer. I'm just, commenting. Alright, but that means that we are going to be doing another roll-off. So. Roll 1 through 3 is yes. 4 through 6 is no. 1. So she did leave her phone in her locker. That's interesting. Oh, excuse me. Okay, 1 minute for the stream raiders. She supposed she would have to go into the... She supposed she would have to go in and find out in second period. Second period history and second period government. If Vanessa was just absent or avoiding her. With a grunt, the blonde teenager unrolled herself from the ball she had put herself into and started to collect her things. So so that she could begin her day. The bell, as she was picking up her backpack, the morning bell rang to let students know that they should begin making their way to class. But also told Sylvia she had 5 minutes to get to her locker and prepare for the first half of the day. That created a groan. I created another groan. No, that's... I just wanted to actually not word fluff this. Another groan came from the woman. The young woman, as she hoisted the backpack over her shoulder and made her way. Oh, let me check the it's been a couple minutes, so we're starting battle. My poor little avatar is so slow. Everybody's killing the towers before Avatar can get to them. Good job, team. Open Captain Chest. Alright. Okay. Thought I finished the quests, but guess not. Oh, there's one. I'm weak, we want the easy ones. Okay. Oh, oops. Well, I can do that here. Sorry, I'm... Oh, okay. This one. This one, Battlefield. Oh, when the battle's ready. Okay. Interesting. Alrighty. So Vanessa did leave her phone in her locker. Okay. And over her shoulder, she started to quickly make her way into the building, or into the high school. She started to quit and weave around the throngs of students who were all trying to do the same thing. She needed to get to her locker, or else she wouldn't have her book for, I don't know what class she has for class. If she, maybe it's literature. Have the book. It wouldn't be the worst thing. But if she had to read out loud, which the teacher often encouraged, it would make her look bad, and she did not want to do that. Or she did not want that to happen. She made it to her locker in good time, considering how many people, I keep forgetting about that, she had to push through in order to get there. Pushing thoughts about her friend being upset with her or otherwise ill out of her mind, she hurriedly opened her locker and pulled out a couple of books. Then she closed it, turned to go to her class, and found herself face to face with Vanessa. Ooh. She said lightly, trying to make, trying to lighten the mood. Ugh. Ooh, she asked. She asked with a soft tone. Here we go. She had an apologetic look on her face. Sylvia's eyes went wide. What happened? I was worried sick. Are you okay? Are we okay? Where were you this morning? She had so many questions she wanted her friend to answer. Why were you crying yesterday? What happened yesterday? Vanessa let out a soft chuckle. Her eyes darting down to her hands. There was a piece, there was a folded letter. There was a folded letter in them. I came here to give this to you, she said, her voice still soft. I know, we've got to get, class is starting soon, though. Starting soon, though. I'll see you around. She didn't hand the paper to Sylvia, but instead let it rest on top, on the books that were side by side in the still... Wait, did I... No, she closed it. Never mind. But instead let it rest on the books that were in Sylvia's hand. Haha. Sylvia blinked. See you around? Not see you later? What had happened? She looked at the folded note on her books and tucked it into the pages of her topmost book. The government book. The government textbook. And hurried toward her literature. I feel like I need to create like a class list for these characters because I feel like I messed up the order at some point, which is generally fine, but still. All right. Thank you people who keep joining my stream readers thing. I appreciate these people. Okay, where was I? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, okay. Okay, so I need to do... Oh, okay, so that's right, I had another poll, so... man, I actually have to create a list of polls, so give me a sec. Sylvia's dead. So we're gonna say, like, this is late March that this conversation's happening, I think. Late March or April. Yeah, April is prom, so late March. Okay. Okay, Vanessa. Friendship. Because of illness. For other reasons. Terminal illness. I reestablished that she doesn't hold a torch for Sylvia, so... I was going to suggest like a romance option, like Vanessa has a crush on somebody Sylvia has a crush on, but that, you know, so if Vanessa was going to go to the prom and then Sylvia wasn't going to go to prom, then what problem would that be? Problem. I might use that later. I am honestly at a loss, kind of, because I want a fourth option here and I can't think of one. We know her phone died, but we need to figure out why she left the school. And so, like, any different, like, we've got options here, but the options currently are, and I'm not putting up this poll yet, that the dad poll will come up next, but... Well, actually, no, the Vanessa poll will come up first, because this is kind of immediate in the story right now, so... Vanessa's note, ending the friendship because of illness. Because it's kind of been decided that she's got some sort of terminal illness or whatever. It could be, like, something at a time. Ending the friendship because of other reasons. Other reasons could be broad as like Sylvia doesn't want to do the things that Vanessa wants to do, so or because maybe there's like she can't handle the pressure of people calling her gay. I don't know, but that's an option. Explaining that she has a terminal illness and she's just too bashful to say it in person. And the other reasons could be be voted on. Okay, so we'll just go with these three. I hate not having a fourth when there's like all these room for options and there's obviously all sorts of things in the world that can happen, but my brain's not having it. Ending friendship. Terminal. Yeah, it won't let me use long text. Illness. I misspelled illness. Ending friendship. Other. Hey, I've got a terminal illness. Yeah. Illness explanation. Yeah, I have to use this. Yeah, Twitch is not nice, but I can do this. End friendship. Here we go. I can do this. There we go. And these two will start relatively close to each other. Friendship, other, and again, other can include multiple reasons. Okay. Okay, y'all have about 10 minutes for voting. We've got about an hour left to stream, guys. We did good today. And there's about 10 minutes left of ad. Interesting. Alright, coming back to the actual writing. Oh, let me check. Yeah. Tomb Raiders goes off in 14 minutes, so I got time. Alright, Sylvia blinks. See you around. Not see you later. What had happened? Looked at the folder books and tucked it into the literature class. Had some rousing discussions happening surrounding the interpretation of a Shakespeare novel. Shakespeare novel of a Shakespeare play. Sylvia. Though Sylvia was paying enough attention to recognize that these discussions did not worse around cross-dressing. She wasn't actively engaging in just in case she was ever called on to take part in the discussion. Her focus was elsewhere. Tucked away in the pages of her literature book, now further in that was the note that Vanessa had given to her earlier, given to her not too long ago. Word fluff! Her main focus was reading the note. Vanessa had nice handwriting, so it wasn't too hard to read what was written. It wasn't hard at all to read what she had written down on the paper. Alright, so we're going to do this again. Okay. This is more handwritten, so I'm going to use this. Dear Celia. I'm going to have to make this bigger, but I'll write it out first. No, just Sylvia. No, we're going to keep Dear Sylvia and edit that out later. I hope that this note finds you well. I'm sure you are probably wondering what happened yesterday at lunch. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could have talked to you. Have talked to you last night and told you directly. I wish that I could have had the courage to tell you directly, or had been able to reach out to you last night so that we could talk about it. However, alright, Twitch viewers, there is a ad starting about 4 to 5 minutes. Just a heads up. Also, looks like there might be an ad start, or it might be. Looks like the poll might end around that same time frame. So just a heads up for y'all. Oh, good stretch. Okay. Dear Celia, I hope that this note finds you well. Oh, I cannot reread this in that tiny font. Sorry, self. I'm gonna have to make it bigger. However, in my rush to leave school yesterday, I left my phone in my locker. I would not have been able to reach out to you if I had wanted to. Because that is my only way to reach, to contact you. I'm sorry for any worry that may have been caused by my early checkout. I'm sorry for any worry that may have been caused by my early checkout and forgetting and forgotten phone. Please forgive me for that. However, this letter does not end there. Stream Raiders in 6 minutes. Sorry, the poll's not quite done yet, so I'm just trying to wait for that to finish. You know what, I know the ad doesn't impact the poll, so I'm going to just run the ad now, get that out of the way, and then we'll go ahead and see what happens after the fact. Otherwise, like the incoming ad break banner that I get, it just distracts me. So we got 1 minute here. Okay, however, this letter does not end there. I am sorry that I was too afraid to tell you in person, but I am not a strong person. I am not a strong person. I am honestly a coward. The brave face that you often see me put on, the energy that you see me display when you feel like you're too tired to go to class, that's just bravado. Nothing more and nothing less. I'm always scared of something. Being late to class. I'm always scared of something. Scared of being late to class. I'm scared of teachers failing me. Because they just don't know me. Because I'm the new girl. Scared that my friendship with you might cause problems down the road. Alright, let's take a look at the polls now. Alright, y'all are really quiet today. No results here either. Okay. That's fine. We're gonna go ahead and do the roll. Rollies! 1, 2. And friendship. Friendship. Illness. Can't. Okay. 3, 4. And friendship. Other. 5, 6. Explain terminal illness. 3. Oh, end friendship with other. Okay, so now we have to define other. Dice, you are no help. Okay. Okay. So, put up another poll. And friendship, other, what's other? Vanessa wants Sylvia to do everything with her. V wants S to go to prom and to do everything with her. V is ashamed of the name calling. V is forced to dissolve the friendship. Forced to dissolve by parents. That's close. And we're going to keep it to those 3, I think. So, new poll. Why is Vanessa ending the friendship? He wants S to do everything. To do everything. Ah! Twitch, you are no fun. Name calling. Forced to by parents. I'm gonna rename this bossiness name calling forced by parents. Like this is one that requires some space, and Twitch is not giving it to me. All right, we're gonna start a poll. You guys have 10 minutes. All right. Unfortunately, because I'm in the middle of writing the letter, it's going to be a very much a distracted moment now. Oh, okay, we're starting battle on that. Oh, oops. Okay, start battle. Oh, does the age mean that they don't go there? Yay, we won! Alright, grant rewards to random. Go! Back to map. Okay, collect scrolls, cool. Why do I have battle pass reward? I don't understand why I've got this. No, this one is 2 skulls. I don't like 2 skulls. Oh wow, hold it ground. Okay. Okay. Royal fort with archers. So, oh, that's not gonna be a great one for. Okay, so we got rook, rook, rook. Dark knight, dark knight. Okay, so I'm gonna just have my guy like here. I don't know if I want to do the Aegis. That's a defensive zone? Oops. What does defensive zone mean, though? Units will hold their ground. Oh, okay. Alright. Did you announce the point system twice in a row? I don't have timestamps on this, but I only see it once on the screen, so I guess that's fine. And moving on. I'm always scared of something. I'm scared of being late to class. I'm scared teachers follow me because I'm the new girl. I'm scared that my friendship follows the road. Might cause problems down the road. As a result, like, I mean, we could, the whole another year on the sun, that can always be redacted or removed later. But I like the thought of her having an illness and her parents being super protective of her for it. But that's not where they're going to dissolve the friendship, or that's not why she's trying to dissolve the friendship, so. Because of that, I think it is best that we go ahead, we stop being friends. You are a good person, Sylvia. Please, well, actually, I don't want to, like, if she's going to be all bossy and stuff and be like, you should have come with me to prom, she's not going to be like, you're such a good person. So I need to. I need to like make sure that this is that it makes sense, you know? So that's why we're kind of delaying right now. You don't hear me typing a whole lot. I'm clicking a few things, but I'm not typing. I just started the Stream Raiders. Did it just do that twice? I need to check that out. Okay, so it might be on here. New point system. It should only go once. Why did you go a second time? Hold on. Points. I have another. No, it doesn't mention that. Huh. Like, points and quick reminder, I can see being. Unless, hold on. Oh, and again, I wish I had the timestamps. It looks like there's timestamps on that, though. Oh no, it faded away. Let's see. I wonder if this chat window has a timestamp. No, it doesn't give me the timestamp. Bet. Let me try to go under my timers. Yep. It's between 90 seconds and 360 seconds. Although you would think that the YouTube one will go first then, because that's set to go first. Maybe YouTube actually has something to prevent. I guess it kind of. I don't know. It's off the screen anyway, so. I am going to. I like this. I like it starting at 90 seconds. But then I like it waiting. And then waiting for that. So I don't know. I need to figure out a way to get timestamps on here. Might be something here. Timestamps is hard though because everything is kind of squished from those things. Add appearance. Timestamps for new messages. Yes, please, thank you. And it's for new messages, so oh, here we go. Yeah, that's okay. Make timestamps on the YouTube stuff too? have to fiddle with other stuff for that one. Okay. I accidentally broke my YouTube stuff. Oh, there it goes. And my cat's saying hi. Hey, buddy! He's outside the door, though. I'm not about to go get him. Because he will definitely stop me from writing. Not that that's been hard, but you know what I mean. Okay, so the Y. Alright, so no results there. And no results there. Y'all. Okay. Well, we're just going to do the rollies. Roll. I'm not going to do... I am. I actually want to use the Twitch explanations because they're just short and sweet. Bossy, ashamed. Parents. Parents. Okay. Now we're cooking. Alright. Because of that, I think it is best... actually then, because I think of that, I think it's best that we stop being friends. My parents tell me that all I do is talk about you, and they are concerned about that. They haven't told me why they're concerned, but they think that our friendship is going to cause problems in the future. Only that they think. I don't agree with them. I think our friendship is great. But I realized yesterday at lunch when we were talking about prom that we have different ideas in the world, and the only time we are able to get together and hang out is here in school. We won't even be able to meet at a school function because we think differently. Because we think different, because we have different opinions on them. That's when I realized that we only have a few months left to be friends. You are the closest thing. You are, it's crazy because I've only known you less than 6 months. And 6 months. And I consider you... Okay, so this is obviously dumb because these girls are told to be best friends, but we don't have any examples of them being best friends, is that they hang out at school a lot. Actually, I'm going to address that in this note. It's crazy because I'm only knowing you and I consider you the closest thing I've ever had to a best friend. I've never had friends like that, in or out of school. I think maybe my parents have always accepted that I wouldn't ever have any friends, and that may be why. Yay. Alright, 30 minutes left, guys. Oh, let me check my stream raiders. 16 minutes for them. Alright. Nobody's joining me! Oh, I didn't leave a message. Hold on. I think maybe my parents have always accepted that I wouldn't ever have any friends. Why they were happy to learn that we were friends earlier in the year, but are now concerned. They're now concerned about that same friendship. I think I went back and forth a little bit on this discussion, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. I think that my parents have always accepted that I won't ever have any friends, but I'm more concerned that that same friendship is going to cause problems in the future. She's not going to tell her about her. Oh, I've got some things are coming to mind. I don't have anything largely. Sorry. Dang it, I lost my train of thought. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of what diseases she could have. I think maybe I've always said they wouldn't have any friends, and that may be why they were happy to learn early, but are more concerned about that same friendship causing future problems. So she says, I agree with them, I don't agree with them. It's not... New parents have always said, and they told me that if I want to avoid heartbreak, avoid your heartbreak, and cutting the cord now would be the best. I also said they didn't say, right? I still don't understand their concern, but I do know that since our time here is limited, I'd like to I'm word vomiting at this point, I think. But that's what editing is for, right? So yeah, I still understand their concern, but I do agree I don't understand their concern about the future. I do agree that since the future won't hold you in mine or me in yours, then ending our friendship now might be for the best. I still think you're a unique, awesome person. And I don't want you to change that for anything. I don't want you to change that. I still think you're a unique, awesome person, and I don't want you to change for anything. Keep being unique. Keep sleeping. Keep your head down. If it makes you understand better. No, I won't say that. That was kind of weird to say. I want to keep the dad poll for the weekend. You're a unique, awesome person, and I don't want you to change that for anything. I am sorry for being too scared to tell you in person. I know that if I tried, no matter how many times I try, I could never get it done. Writing this letter is the only way. I know. Writing this letter is the only way I know. Writing this letter is the best way I know to get this message across. Please forgive me. Vanessa. All right. Okay, so this is just going to be like, oh, I know you guys can't see the screen, but this is going to just be a one-liner for the end of the this section / chapter. I keep wanting to call her Emily, but that was the last story. So, oh, right, I have to put her back. Sylvia had her head down at the end of literature. Not because she was tired or she was trying to concentrate on something. No. She was hiding her tears. No, this time she was hiding her tears. I think that is a great ending to this section. I need to step away for a moment. I will be right back. I also need to figure out how I'm going to push this forward, because I'm not sure how I want to push this forward. Yeah, sorry, got distracted by a message from the kiddo. I'm muting myself. I will be back. Okay. So, yeah, I feel like the points thing is a little too much. I'm gonna just double the minimum amount. Could still be quasi-spammy, but there we go. Okay, that's a good one. All right. I didn't figure out where I wanted to go next with this, so forgive me. All right. One, two, three. Okay. We got 15-ish minutes left. I don't want to end early. So I will say I'm not going to end early, even though we're kind of we are really at a good spot for ending. I don't want to end early. So instead, we're going to do this. If it was Halloween, Celia would have been a top contender for a zombie costume. Her skin had gone pale. Her eyes had the largest bags under them that anyone could ever have and get away with. Had the largest, largest, darkest, because those things can get dark, darkest bags that anyone could ever have without their skin peeling away from their eye sockets. Her movements were always slow and sluggish. Her movements were slow and sluggish. Slow and sluggish. Additionally, she never said anything. Every time she was asked a question, it would be a grunt or a groan. The only people who ever got verbal answers from her were either her teachers or her parents if they asked her to share, or if they asked her to actually speak with words. Nothing seemed to... Oh, hold on. I don't know why it's not giving me a sound when it's ready for Steam Raiders. It gives the music when we're up, but I want to test something. Alright, we're going to start battle. Okay. Okay, kill the towers. Oh no, we lost! Alright, we're gonna retry. Okay. So we have to kill the towers then. Sounds like. I'm gonna have my archer here then. Oh. So holding his own units in the spell's area hold their ground and gain. The last 45 seconds. Yeah, that doesn't really help that much, I don't think. Kill the rooks. Oh, I put my archer outside of the thing. Oh well. Anyway, back to my main character being a zombie. The only people who ever got verbal answers from her were either her teachers or her parents when they asked her to actually speak with words. I'm gonna reverse that. Her parents when they actually... or her teachers who would just stare is crankily a word? It is today. Crankily at her if she deigned to answer with anything else. Nothing seemed to revitalize her. Not even her mother's famous chicken pot pie. Oh, that sounds so good. I haven't had chicken pot pie in forever. I think I might ask Mike to make that for me some night. Probably say no. But maybe I can convince him. Anyway. Okay. It had been like this. However, it was not Halloween. It was the beginning of April, and Vanessa had ended their friendship only 2 days ago. However, it was not Halloween, it was the beginning of April, and Vanessa had ended their friendship only 2 days ago. I'm gonna say 5 days ago, because it kind of... only 5 days ago. Since then, Sylvia was a shell of herself. And did not seem to care or register anything else in the world around her. Nothing seemed to spark joy, or make her laugh, or get her upset, or make her cry. She had cried plenty the day that Vanessa handed her the note. But after that, she just numbed herself to everything around her. The classes that she shared with Vanessa, she only stared at the teacher. She did her best to ignore her former best friend. The other classes continued relatively as normal, but the other classes continued relatively as normal, but Sylvia found herself paying even less attention and trying to require more focus to get the information needed from her teachers for those classes. The only exception was the final class of the day, her art class. She had already done the mindless art project, as she dubbed it herself, and so she needed to finish the cat sculpture. She was on the final touches of it, using a small scalpel to create a fur effect in the clay. her affecting the clay. She would, here she found she could muster focus. This was interesting to her. That here she found she did it, if only because she found the activity simultaneously interesting and relaxing. Even at home, she no longer found solace in painting as she had previously. Every time she tried to look at her paints and canvas, she thought about the last painting she had done. Picnic scene for Vanessa. She was also reminded about how she failed to properly share her paintings with those around her. Oh, time to start wrapping it up. Let me go ahead and put a message on the stream readers thing too. Last battle. She was also reminded about how she failed to properly share her paintings with those around her, or with the Academy of the Arts, and was therefore ridiculed by them as not being enough. Instead, she found herself on the couch watching the television much more often than she normally had. Alright. So I think all that musing and all the was me, it'll probably still continue, I'm not gonna lie. But we are going to go ahead and start wrapping it up for now. We're going to go ahead and put up a poll. It will only be in YouTube comments. Twitch doesn't do something like that, unfortunately. Instagram somehow got rid of their polls, and I could do it in Discord, but I don't. But people haven't voted there, so I'm just going to use what people put it up where people. I can't talk, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to just put up the polls where people will vote. So YouTube community, it is. You don't have to be a member. But as long as you have a YouTube account, you can go and vote. We're going to do 2 polls. Let me actually put them up now. All right, create post. Text poll. Sylvia's dad will be getting a job soon. Which month? April, May, June. We'll even go into July. We'll add 4. It won't let me add any extras anyway. But yeah, this is basically so that this basically just helps inform the story later on. All right, post. All right, and we're going to do another one. But yeah, let me make a note here. Ends when stream begins on Tuesday. And I'll pin that. Alright, now another poll. Impact poll. Weekend impact poll. Alright, so we're gonna go look at the impact menu. This is from the from Twitch at the bottom of the screen. So let's see, we can do introduce a new character, main character reconsiders their actions. We already did that. That one last week. Main character of the scene decides to do something they're opposite of what they're going to do. Switch character, switch genre, introduce new problem, delete story, start anew. That's not happening. So YouTube only lets me do 4. Which 4 did I have last time? Take a look, and we'll just replace the one that won. Okay, so introduce a new character. Weekend impact poll. Okay, here we go. Free impacted group vote ends Tuesday. Introduce a new character. Main character decides to do something opposite. That actually should be the next main thing of current actions. Okay, and I will. So I do plan on writing tomorrow and Monday. I won't be there's a very low chance of me streaming it. So like if it says character's going to do something new or opposite of the current action, that'll be as of writing on Monday, or writing, oh my goodness, as of when we get to the scene when we're writing it. So if Sylvia decides she is going to paint, then she'll decide she won't, etc, etc, etc. Switch character perspective. So change character POV. I want to put it like this. Where are you? There you are. New character POV. I'm going to say switch character POV. And now the new one. Let's see, come here. Actually, yeah, let's just say switch character and then switch genre. Switch genre, currently young adult. Yeah, and I'll do switch character, currently Sylvia. Alright, and I posted that too. You guys can go ahead and get to streaming, not streaming, voting. And yeah. These will be up until stream starts on Tuesday, which I don't know what the schedule is. It's probably going to be relatively early though. I don't have any morning meetings that I'm aware of or that have been scheduled yet, so it should be a probably 10 to 4 stream or something. But with that, I need to go ahead and start preparing dinner. I do want to thank you guys so much for joining me. I hope you guys have had fun. And oh yeah, it's after 6. I definitely need to get started now. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to be distracted today. It was especially when we started the stream, it was much needed. But I do need to wrap it up now. Just a reminder for those who are currently on Twitch, I run a 3-minute ad at the end of stream. It helps with revenue. That revenue goes to the charity of choice, Baby DJ. And so I do ask you to kindly stay till the end of the ads. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and have a great day. Bye.